Alright, the ads are done. We can start the game. Just a reminder, this will be a shorter stream today because it is Tuesday and I will be doing my nightly stream, or my nighttime stream, doing multiplayer Baldur's Gate with Alan. So, alright, I have decided that I need to do this. So I shall... I can get Drusian favor here. With the Flamer, but I don't really care too much about the Flamer. Holy Gift. We get 2 profit factor, 1 efficiency. 2 profit factor, 1 security. 2 profit factor, 1 complacency. What do these do? 5% critical hit chance to chaos enemies, and this is 30% to Prow Shield sector. I think I like this one the most. The rewards that it gives. No one in the entire Cronus Expanse will make a worthier guardian of a Sanctuary of Faith than the head of House von Valentius. A marvelous basilica will be erected in his honor in the world's capital city. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the rogue traitor. Thousands of parishioners and priests will say his name in their daily prayers and bring him reverent gifts. Alright, so what are some other things I'm going to need here? I have adamantine here, so if I could find phlogiston, that could be useful. I don't have much dogmatic rank. I don't care much about epiphany. Bonfires of righteousness or good tidings. So I want one of these two. And I'll probably go good tidings, because even though I don't use this, this one looks way harder to complete in Act 2. And this doesn't really give me anything I care about either, so... You know. So how long does this take? Does it not say? Okay, that's a little weird. That's fine, though. Lord Captain? Master Helmsman on the line? I can report that the quest for the capital world of Von Valentius dynasty is finally at an end. Dargonus is straight ahead. We have received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when their master will be arriving. The merchant captains taking refuge in the orbital docks of Dargonus race to send you priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy your favor and make an impression on the rogue trader. Tell Dargonus the rogue trader's coming home. It will be done. Lord Captain, I will be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dargonus, so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, servant of the Golden Throne who previously attended Lady Theodora on Dargonus. I'm counting on your benevolence. Alright. You, I need to level up. So, how do I want to level you up? I think I'm going to go Overseer with a Cyber Raven to throw out more buffs. Yeah, I think so. Overseer it is. Cyber Raven over here. Gonna grab Warp Speed. And then here, I shall grab... Let's see here. That is kind of nice. But I think we'll go Adrenaline Surge. So that in the first round of combat, all psychic powers of the Biomancy discipline cost -1 action point. That way we can just mass buff everyone and then move on. We get Overcharge, which makes it so that you can relay attacking psychic powers through the Cyber Raven until the end of combat, which is nice. And then here we gain weapons. Huh. Do we not have access to weapons? Oh, we do. It's down here. I'm just blind. Alright, cool. You do not have a lot on you. Sure, I'll give you that for now. Why not for the moment? Unless... I could have him equip a shield instead of an auto pistol. I think. But I think 90% of the time he's going to be using his staff. Alright. Do we have a better staff for him than the Biomancer's staff? Nah, this is probably fine. We will use those boots, and what do we have here? Neat. Nah. I'm not going the grenade route with you. I will go this route. And we want herb thing here. Yes, yes. Okay. Let us scan this planet. It has phlogiston, but I should try and find a 5+ node of it. Intriguing surface topography. It is possible that the molten rock of the mantle poured out as a consequence of a natural cataclysm or collision with the celestial body. So at some point in the past, this once living planet met a death proportional to its size. Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magos Tarzus delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your lordship. This is exactly how they phrased it. He attends, not humbly requests. Many of my tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with the lady. It is regrettable. What do they want? The honorable servants of the Omnissiah have ignored our request. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. Tell them to get lost and learn some manners. Punish them for their disrespect by letting them dock at the furthest and most dilapidated airlock so that it takes them an eternity to traverse the ship. I'm gonna receive the delegation. They may indeed be here on important business, but more than that, 2 wastes my time just as much as it wastes theirs. So why would I punish myself alongside them? It will be done, Lord Captain. Requesting permission to be present at the audience, granted to my tech comrades.
Victory awaits!
Oh, I see Opticon 22. Isn't he the explorer? From, Footfall? A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servo skulls marked with the emblem of the cog follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanuman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offer their apologies for, would like to inform you of the necessity of, conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate, a faulty unit on the rogue trader's territory. I'm going to study the two priests of Mars. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a secular's plated, mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe, to the point of endangering its operation. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful sounding hiss comes from his vox. The tall priest, who spoke to you, looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over at his fellow, scrutinizing his condition. Who are you? In a burst of chattering, the servo skulls hasten to translate their master's mighty binaric howl, an instrument of the Omnissiah, authorized to punish and exact vengeance, known by the designation Tarzus Hanuman. Identification codes recognized and confirmed. These units are who they declare themselves to be. Glory to the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm ready to cooperate. On what charge are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiavagama, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's vox makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed in the name of the Omnissiah. I condemn you. Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the blare of his vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are a malfunctioning tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarzus Hanuman is willingly undergoing holy torment, deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman, we have information that implicates you. Having learned that you are a member of the retinue, a maintenance specialist in the service of Rogue Trader von Valencius, we have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. A grimace. Does the big fellow have to roar? Negative. Upon completing his sanctification procedure, Tech Brother Tarzus modified his engrammatic augmetics algorithms in order never to desecrate, sully, tarnish his mouth, vox, cognitive process with flesh speak. Mine is a pure and binaric tongue that preserves only what is true and shuns scrap data. Are you saying this bloodthirsty Hulk is a saint? The statement is true. Brother Tarzus has the honor of wearing, authorization to wear, the sacred battle harness that belonged to Magos Militant Auspector Gracchus, one of the first champions of the faith, holy scouts to join the cause of conquering the Cronus Expanse. After his death, the termination of his vital functions, at the hands of the Xenos, his damaged Goliath-class armor was preserved and given the status of a holy relic. The Adeptus Mechanicus regard this act as voluntary martyrdom, self-destruction, for the glory of the Deus Mechanicus. This battle harness is classified as Cogni armor. The machine spirit living in it is strong and wise, but it took major damage in the course of Magos Gracchus' last battle. Besides, sacred litanies are imperatives of service to the Omnissiah. The armor broadcasts a continuous signal of suffering and agony into Tech Brother Tarzus' mind. Point to the furious servant of the Omnissiah. Do you have proof that this tech priest is who he claims to be? Confirmed. According to the archive entry, 1E99237, Magos Explorer Tarzus Hanuman served on, maintained, the ship identifier classified in the capacity of a reliquary caretaker. He sustained extensive damage to both the organic and the sacred part of his body in a series of sacrilegious breaches of the right of operation and assassination attempt. Owing to a statistically fortunate coincidence, by the Omnissiah's grace, enough of his operational capacity was preserved for him to don a Goliath model sacred battle harness, which would preserve his vital functionality. Archive entry personally data sealed by the captain of the identifier classified. The sound from the tech priest's vox is like the moan of a bending steel beam. A servo skull declares, "For vengeance I thirst as I tread the path of vengeance, following a blasphemous miscreant's bloody tracks." Analysis of the security system showed that the assassins, heretics, infiltrated the reliquary using Tech Brother Tarzus' unique identification code. Someone had stolen/duplicated Brother Tarzus' identity, which is a grade 3 transgression, and the unit making the allegedly criminal claim of being Pascal Hanuman is known to have previously entered the stolen code. What is happening on Kiavagama? That planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's fabricator sensor made incorrect, blasphemous modifications to Manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as a lapse into sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House von Valentius of having commenced an investigation into operation to remove fabricator sensor Cubus Delphim. Estimated time to procedure completion 3.7 solar years. Our data suggests that the unit which used Magos Explorer Hanuman's identification code performed an unauthorized upgrade to the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to this unit's criminal complicity with the heretic Cubus Delphim. What do you have to say to this, Pascal? Pascal replies firmly, his vox cracking with a hint of indignation. "I deny these charges. I never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted My unique identification code was never stolen. I'm the true Magos Explorer Hanuman, and I am not guilty. False witness. I'm not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let us get to the bottom of this together. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarzus gives me a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarzus opposes lay participation in the investigation search for truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valencius representatives' participation request. I insist on a joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarzus' consent to the co-participation of representatives of the von Valencius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. A sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I'm a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarzus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own Vox and Tarzus's. Then every sensor on the executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and the wounded armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention, priority notification. Service units of the Kappa Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat and re-initiate negotiations.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Estimated probability of conflict, inevitable, initiating retreat, confrontation avoidance, redeployment protocol. Yikes. Alright, this guy looks absolutely cracked. Alright. Argenta. Come on over here. Abelard. You can come on up here. Actually, Argenta, you can be over here. That works out more nicely. Abelard can be over there. Pascal can be here. With his little servitor dude being here. Cabela, you can be here. I will be here. Cassia, I want you here. Is that everybody? I always feel like I'm missing somebody when setting up combat. Alright. So, Waking Nightmare... Point of curiosity.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Waking Nightmare And then we hit them with this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Cool, we stunned the scary one. And probably a handful of others as well. And then here,
Me.
I will boost
If you
myself.
insist, Lord Captain.
We turn on the Medicae symbol, or signal.
Request denied.
We hit them with this.
My vow is to serve. Running binary override. Request approved.
There we are. And then here, $23, $38. $25 to $40. That is the highest damage, which is what we want for the backdraft. And I shall take a little damage upon myself
Already done.
to increase my damage.
Nothing I can't do.
10 to 76. Yeah, no, we just go 36 to 57 here.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
We run and gun. And we do it again.
All too easy.
Alright. They are not in a good way. Argenta.
Doubt is for the
Reckless Rush for more versatility.
As the
Rapid
Emperor
fire.
demands, I act.
And then we blow right through them.
Faith without deeds is eradicated. Each strike is a prayer. This is why none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh yeah, that felt good. Cabela. Come on over here. Then jump into the middle of them.
Let your soul be purged.
We Blood Oath.
As honor
This one.
ordained. The shadows. Death is a blessing.
And
Killing.
they didn't get to do a thing. Easy. What a clean fight. I think that's the cleanest fight I've had in a long time. Requesting cessation of hostilities. Point to Tarzus. Help your brother. The unit that called itself Tarzus Hanuman is dead, has been disabled. This material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head and a binaric requiem pours out of his vox. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. Pascal, what did you do to Tarzus? Pascal's confused reply comes from his vox in a rasp, unable to fulfill request. The Omnissiah granted me an epiphany, and I muted the maimed machine spirit that was filling Tarzus' mind with fury. I do not fully understand the manner of my appeal to it. The situation perfectly mirrors the incident on Rikid Minoris, where I appealed to the machine spirit of a malfunctioning mechanism and laid it to rest. Sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accused the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hanuman is of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarzus, I am not authorized to immediately execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop this inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the Vox synth is more overwhelming than Tarzus' thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarzus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs, and am requisitioning Tarzus Hanuman's neural augmetic for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. An astonished tech priest, as astonished tech priests look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmetic from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Pascal. The tech priest makes an imperious gesture, stopping you from continuing. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your tech brother Tarzus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension is the true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There's a clang as Opticon 22's knee presses into the floor. Crimson hooded heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. Pascal, what happened? I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the blessed Amernot's sermons on loss of internal and external function, verse 4. My analysis deemed it appropriate. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken openly over public communication bans. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he is not forgotten after all. The Messiah of discontinuing? Is that how you refer to Amernot? Following Archmagos Amernot's partial laissation removal from the chain of command, that was the authorship attribution on a series of sermons on discontinuing the cycle that were disseminated across the Cognizance fleet. It was in fact a title used by many in times past. Is Emernat's teachings not heretical? This statement is false. Contrary to what many servants of the Omnissiah thought they knew, preferred to believe, the fleet's Supreme Conclave never formulated/issued an official statement on that decision. 37% of the Supreme Conclave's members openly supported Magos Amernat's views and disappeared, were removed from the chain of command under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever since. You know where Amernat is now? Data unavailable. No reports have mentioned Archmagos Amernat since the incident on the Arch Mechanicus Hermetico, which led to the presumed destruction/disappearance of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the blessed Amernat's base of operations. Is it lost then? Were you among his followers? Negative. I had no contact with Archmagos Amernat, and was never a member of his flock, disciples, retinue. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired in me deep respect for, trust in him. I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved. The data received provides a basis for calling the fallen tech brother Tarsus's hypothesis into question, out of respect for, due to lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah of discontinuing. We will not proceed with the detainment, arrest, termination. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, Tech Brother Opticon 22. Now that that conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Request denied. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonus. Expresses gratitude for the hospitality ceasefire and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. The tech priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's mechandrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully. Alright, do we have anything here? Omnissiah Axe. A power sword and an improved flak vest. Alright. Let's see here. I don't need the power sword. I'll take the rest, though. The Omnissiah Axe is identical to the one you're already using.
Failed.
You can't wear two of them. Got it. This is fine. Cool. I think that is all here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright. Let us go talk with Pascal, see if he has anything to say.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual.
Have you found anything out?
The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly.
He gave off the impression of a paranoid madman.
Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmetics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness.
Alright.
In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity.
What do you think was behind the assassination?
No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the Blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarsus's and my own identical identifiers. I am concerned about the fate of Archmagos Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arc Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy.
You were hunted too? Remember our meeting on Rikid Minoris? And the people who posed as heretics?
This statement is true. There were also the bodies we discovered in the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium of unknown infiltrators who had posed as members of the cult of the Final Dawn. There is merit to the hypothesis that all carriers of Magos Haneman's identification code are targets of persecution.
Are you not surprised that Amernat's words had such an effect on Opticon 22?
I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amanat's teaching was in exploratory circles. The Cognizance fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron.
Amernat was a believer, and he caused a schism. Tarsus was a believer, and he turned into a zealot. Faith can be dangerous.
Of course, faith is dangerous. Faith is the prerogative of the spirit, and a spiritless mind is an enemy of all existence. Without faith, there is no meaning in anything, no point to any aspirations or limitations. But faith can take different forms. The form of prohibitions established by unknown elders. The form of an audacious violation of those prohibitions. The form of following dogma or of schism. The form of following the cycle or of discontinuing the cycle. In a system with two courses of action, schism is inevitable. And only one of these paths will be true, as truth is discreetly separate from untruth.
Pascal's visor seems to almost pierce you with its glow. Did Amernat believe the elders to be in error?
Amanat did not reject any one specific prohibition, but found their cumulative effect to be oppressive. The system of rigid limitations limitations had confined seekers of knowledge to a circular track, spelling doom for the thinking mind. And that cycle of repetition had to be broken. That was why he was dubbed the Messiah of Discontinuing.
I'm gonna go with 3 here. My faith is more than a mere set of rules. It consists of ideals, which sometimes come into conflict with dogma, and I have been given the gift of will to set the dogma straight.
The Omnissiah has bestowed upon us the supreme mission, the quest for knowledge. The fact of its existence confirms that reason is yet to comprehend and quantify the universe in its entirety. This precludes the existence of any prohibition that could be considered universally relevant. All limitations need their exceptions, yet exceptions belie the inviolability of prohibitions.
Pascal's voice takes on a thoughtful tone, and its otherworldly might peters out. Perhaps you'll be able to find more, or find out more.
My research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
I must take my leave.
May labors be effective and fruitful.
Ooh, there's a control panel to activate down here. What did I do? It's smoking. Oops. Abel acknowledges your arrival. I only have 27 profit factor. Alright, it is time for ads. They run for 3 minutes an hour. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so that nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. And we can continue. Von Valencia's palace, the administratum. Alright, so I don't need Heinrichs yet. I'll take him specifically for the administratum. I have come to my capital planet. The Emperor protects? Ah, Clementia Wersarian. And like Abelard Wersarian. Welcome home, your lordship. The stately woman in a long, full dress uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short, graying hair does not obscure her stern features. Clementia Wersarian. I am Clementia Wersarian, Court Chancellor of the Von Valencius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonus, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodore von Valencius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all. But as one star expires, another flares to life. And although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Clementia. Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly. Achilles Scalander. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burned face, and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Achilles Scalander, Secretary of the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonus was not darkened by unwanted troubles. It was uneventful, thank you. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. I'll go with that one. Achilles makes the sign of the Aquila, and may he remain merciful to us until the end of time. Does your lordship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have. Governor Urban Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonus, and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Hold on a moment, Clementia. What did you say your last name was? You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House Wersarian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. The succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of the function within the mechanism. Chancellor Wersarian has held her position at the Von Valencius court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodore's respect through acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt, blood had nothing to do with it. The Emperor blesses those who strengthen humanity's domain through their deeds, and you have reason to be proud of your progeny. Abelard looks at me in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference. Thank you, Lord Captain. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivestem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonus. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your domain. Chancellor Wersarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what's acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. I'd like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chambers are. Lady Theodora's study had remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may need it. You are dismissed. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for conversation with me. I'm certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valencius Protectorate most useful. Alright. Let us explore. It doesn't even say what the chance is here. So I don't know if my companions are counting for it. I don't know how I feel about that. Argenta. Ah, yes, I see. Cool. Sometimes lucky. I shall toss a coin.
That.
Bella, make your people leave. Diamonds and Avatar, their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. Alright, I am going to go grab Heinrichs. I just don't know who to deposit. Wait, why do I have to have Jay with me? What? Oh, damn it all. Alright. Jay. What am I making you? I will make you an overseer. And I will just lean into the officer side of things. Yeah. And I think I'll give you Servo Skull Swarm because that's better for support. This is more for, like, offensive positioning and sight and a little bit of damage, whatnot. So we'll go Servo Skull Swarm here. We go Medicae Signal. And then we want... Whenever the Overseer uses Bring It Down... Oh. Huh, neat. The Overseer has something specific for, That's neat. Bring it down on an ally in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm, which then also grants an additional extra turn to another ally in that area. The Servo Skull Swarm gains +5 to all characters. Oh, that is gross. One moment here. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. I'm taking Overcharge. And then here, Fellowship, I'm guessing. Ballistic skill, it says. I'm following a guide for Jai because because I don't plan on using her much, so. I don't really care. Alright. So we have her. We're going to the Administratum. I only need her with me if I'm going to the Administratum. Got it. Got it, got it. Because that's for her quest. Alright, so here... Pascal. I'll take Heinrichs instead. Heinrichs, Adira. Abelard. Alright, so all of my people are here. It is just a matter of finding them. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject, Achilles Scalander, informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet you there. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Alright, what do I have in my
I
chambers?
noticed something.
Besides, apparently, breeze catcher boots. When the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains 15% dodge against the enemy's attacks until the wearer's next turn. They're okay. Other covers bear the names of the authors, mostly philosophers, and theologians from Dargonus. The spines of the books are trimmed with gold. The cogitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which a faint ringing stands out. Remains of a plaque can be seen on the frame. Alas, the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. This antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches, and stains, traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. Sturdy safe equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. And here, we get a nice view, I think. Is it going to give us a nice view? Yes. According to the inscription on the statue, this is a gift from House Gapric to the Von Valencius dynasty. Alright, Abelard, do you have anything to say? we found goods. We like goods. Curiosity merchant, huh? Finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace's interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucarius Carmelin, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lucarius's wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, not his greed. I am a rogue trader, and I seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? First, that is a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining, Lucarius extends his hand toward the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic yelps, while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand back into his clothes and out of sight. Apologies, Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. He liked the old one better. Judging by Aquila's displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an alimentary rather than affectionate nature. Point to his implants. Was your friendship with Aquila the reason you needed those augmetics? You are exceptionally observant. Developing a friendship with such a noble creature is a thorny path, and after a moment of especially profound disagreement, I had to have my hand replaced. But this was purely for the beauty of the thing. I used to be passionate about finding rare augmetics, and could not resist having them installed. Please keep this a secret from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I know the Red Priests don't condone things like this. I'm a rogue trader, and I seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has his limits. There is a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. I want to see what curiosities you have. Alright, what do we have here? The Inanimate Shield. 5 Fellowship and Intelligence. While any signal effect is active, the Servo Skull Swarm gains +1 deflection, cannot be overpenetrated, and counts as partial cover for its allies. Yo, that is actually sick. But it requires 35 profit factor, which I do not have. Here, the Cyber Raven gains 10 willpower. If the Cyber Raven is adjacent to 2 or more creatures after relocate is used on it, psychic powers relayed through the Cyber Raven are calculated as if the Psi rating were increased by +1 until the end of the Overseer's turn. That is also very sick. This upgrade kit permanently improves the Rogue Trader's familiar maintenance stations. When applied to any of them, both are improved. Can only be used if the Rogue Trader has the Overseer archetype. Unfortunate. Okay, so we have Grave Chill as well. Cyber Raven gains 30 willpower. At the start of combat, Veil Degradation is increased by 5. While Veiled Degradation is 10 or more, the Cyber Raven suffers no damage, and any relayed psychic powers deal an additional 18 warp damage to enemies affected. Yeah, that's kind of neat. And then this is whenever an ability extrapolated through Servo Skull Swarm affects other creatures. The Servo Skull Swarm gains a stacking +5 bonus to Intelligence and Fellowship until the end of the Overseer's next turn. I'll take this. And I'll take that. Heinrichs. Before I speak with Heinrichs. Dira, what do you have to say? Good old Dargonus. It's boring here without Lady Theodora. She loved to liven up this sleepy little place with a couple of crazy decrees and public floggings of flabbergasted nobles. And what do we have over here? Pascal. My appearance has caused a slight disturbance in the ranks of servants of the Omnissiah assigned to the palace. Analysis of the performance of rituals and maintenance litanies has produced a satisfactory result.
We need to investigate.
Ah, goods. Hello. So, we have Clementia Worsarian and Achilles Scalander. Let us take care of this one first. The lack of observers on this world has led your nobles to become extremely complacent. Today alone, I overheard 3 statements that, if I so wanted, could be turned into grounds for a charge of heresy. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing, pressing a gilded respirator to his face. The man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it has been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return. Heinrich frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. I say nothing. My apologies, Zenevthar. Given the break in the communications between systems in the Expanse, it has become difficult to maintain contact with agents. Receiving this report and assessing the situation is my primary responsibility. Heinrich looks at Achilles. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Cronus Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lords and Avathar von Valentius. allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtvir's accomplices on the capital world. You know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtvir, the former Master of Whispers, as a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty? Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dargonus too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and the naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the Wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their hearts and now nurtures it in secret. What are your responsibilities here on Dargonus? Officially, I'm a secretary at this world's administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I'm concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Cronus expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I am still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Tell me about the Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts have seemed to have completely flown off the handle. God, I'm struggling to read all of a sudden. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonus. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achilles glances at a data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in the Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. You know anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master Von Collix can tell you much more about those heretics than I. About your unofficial work? Yes. Whom do you truly serve, the rogue traitor or the interrogator of the Inquisition? Achilles quickly glances at Heinrichs. And whom does the rogue traitor serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? I want a list of all your agents and the means to contact them. I can understand your desire as a rogue traitor to have everything under your control, and yet I am not at liberty to make use of classified information related to the interrogators, agents in whatever way I see fit. There's no point in pressing my agents. None of them would ever reveal such vital information, especially not in my presence. Dargonus has no need for spies from the Inquisition. Begone. Nah. I've learned all I wanted to. I have other questions to ask. The scars on your face, what happened? About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonus saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. You promised to report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I've already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonus' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonus, much like the nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonus are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivestems, the Gaprex, and the Sarbeks. I should also mention the Wersarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Bloods' great displeasure. Tell me about the Drivestems. The Drivestems are the ancient governor house of Dargonus. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valentius Protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestems' rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drivestems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the Von Valentius heir, not his servant. What makes the Gaprex special? The Gaprex hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gaprex oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kiavagama was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. What can you tell me about House Sarbek? Religious and hard-working, Sarbeks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums, that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Sarbek family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valentius dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. Tell me more about the Wersarians. Wersarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonus, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonus. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wersarians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of cargo shipments on domestic routes. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship, and this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, Xenos, and the threat they pose to both you and humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Cronus expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark, or have been killed by some calamity or other. I still manage to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Achilles looks me in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Zenavathar, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avoid a disaster. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship, and this time it concerns the main reason for my, Yeah, okay. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urband. Clementia. Your lordship? Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublé, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Wersarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. Awareness test failed. Clementia is different from most nobles, not just in the way she's dressed, but in her bearing too. Although judging by the scars visible on her skin, at least some part of her education took place on a battlefield rather than within the secure confines of a lyceum. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? Put it simply, I'm your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me, and then forwarded to you, and from you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and the other, I don't know that word. Nope, not even gonna try it. On Dargonus that you have inherited from Lady Theodora, and whenever you are present on Dargonus, consider me your personal secretary. What can you tell me about Dargonus? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonus is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonus has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? If the noble houses are so volatile, let's go with one. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonus went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is there to keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Dargonus. Great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished, to a large degree, thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider surplus to requirements. But right now, it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Are there other issues I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonus was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet under your command, under the command of Captain Marthius Borsarian, triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. I failed yet another awareness test. I don't have a bad awareness either. Yikes. It was a 65% chance with an 80 value. What the hell? Clementia raises her head proudly. She is obviously pleased with her house's accomplishments. Tell me about Governor Drivestem. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonus, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the Von Valencia systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonus. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Thank you for the report, Chancellor. I serve the Von Valencia's Protectorate, your lordship. Achilles Scalander. Does he cause any problems? Why, none at all, your lordship. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Von Valencia's dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. Tell them the governor can wait a little longer. I still have matters to take care of. Certainly, your lordship. However, I do not concern myself with the governor's feelings, but I must warn you, your action or inaction may be interpreted in a certain way. Now, if your lordship will excuse me. Alright. Let us go talk with the governor. Shall arrange for him to be escorted to my study. I like how it said that he was ready to meet me, and then it took 2 hours for him to come to my study. Then Avatar Von Valencius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and ruler of Cronus Expanse, from the Kranek system to the 100 Dreams Crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urban Drivestem, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss... from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora Von Valencius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. Governor glances at Cabela anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks up at her again, but when Cabela lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips, daubed in fresh blood, into a petrifying grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. Cabela, I enjoy having you around. Let's see. There's no need. I am the new ruler of the Protectorate. Let my subjects rejoice at my arrival instead. The bewilderment causes the wrinkles on Drivestem's glossy face to soften. Your lordship, these are centuries-old traditions, sacred customs, and rules. Do not forget who it is you serve, Urban Drivestem. If it is the rogue trader's wish not to have a mourning ceremony, then so be it. Perhaps the parvenu installed by Lady Theodora cares not for the sacred traditions of our founding ancestors, but Zenavathar von Valancius is a descendant of the true children of Dargonus. It behoves the ruler of a world to honor its customs. I do honor traditions, Governor. Later, when things in the Protectorate settle down, we will declare a mourning period. As you will, your lordship. Esteemed Zenavathar, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy. Together, and let us carry on where she no longer can be leading, by leading the Von Valancius Protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of the ships in the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valancius dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Kunrad Voitvir, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering his hands. Lord Voitvir visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Kunrad Voitvir was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. I sentence all who have dared to make heretical remarks about the rogue traitor to servitude perpetuous. There we are. My mouth didn't want to form the second P. Imperpetuous. Machines aren't prone to dissidence. Nah. I'm iconoclast. My subjects' doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of my position. Wise Zenavathar, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. What exactly do the Dargonus nobility expect from me in light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We are troubled by the fate of the Agra world Janus that supplied Dargonus and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gabrick is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world, Kiavagama, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world, Veabos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such intriguing concern for the Veabos 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction stations there? Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Veabos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valencius dynasty. That does it for the planets and trade routes. What else? I will ask that after the ad break. It is time for ads. 3 minutes of ads will play. They disable pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I won't be doing anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done, and we continue. That does it for the planets and the trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship. And, I don't rightly know where to begin. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Cronus Expanse. They have been a menace to the, worlds this side of the Maw for decades, but now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Veabos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There's a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession of the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them? Command the spinners of the spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution, Damins and Avatar. We will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out insolent voices. Bella, I entrust this burden to the blood-spun web. Unravel the tangle of plots and foil them. It will be done, Damins and Avatar. Let the sacrament of the hunt commence. A cold sweat breaks out on Drivestem's face. He forces a subservient smile on his face. This will bring the noble houses into line for years to come, your lordship. It will make them fear not only blasphemous words, but also their own shadows. And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time. And I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Dargonus by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonus? The Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gapric family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sarabeks, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Worsarians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of those houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. I'm giving this to the Worsarians. They are the best of my subjects that I've met so far. Your presumption is wrong. I will bestow this honor upon the Worsarians. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor for the Worsarian bloodline. Have no fear, we will not fail you. Drivestem tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, but I must remind you that the Worsarians, whose lineage traces back to a navy officer, are not of Dargonus nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effects on your subjects' loyalty, your lordship. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. I would like to tell me more about yourself and House Drivestem. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonus. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader, and to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. That will be all, I take it? Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Oh, I don't think I saw this room before. Oh? let's see here. The shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes linger on the works of several administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorer of the distant worlds. Mysterious item, undoubtedly created by unhuman hands. A mysterious item. Alright. Mysterious Xeno artifact rests in a stasis field. Plasma Shaper Gloves. These gloves grant the wearer plus 10 bonus to tech use. They also increase the damage of plasma weapons by 3. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains plus 1 stack of the Zealot effect until the end of combat. Eh. The gloves are nice. Empty glass and 3 unopened bottles of wine sit on a finely crafted table made from dark marbled wood. Strange objects lie behind the glass of the display case. The complete absence of explanatory labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. Rare books arrayed... the rare books arrayed on these shelves, with their lavish, almost pretentious bindings, seem to be identical. The secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodore reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Let's have a glass of wine. 3 sealed bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grandmaster's Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. Flame of Purity was mentioned by Idira, I want to say, earlier on. Yep. You recall the vision of the past that Idira told you about? She said Theodora's favorite wine was Flame of Purity. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Tangy flavor burns your throat, leaving behind a spicy, biting aftertaste. You hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. Choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they have never been opened. Theodora's data that has been restored using your cogitator is the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force, and it is the title of one of the books here. Love is the Only Truth, One Shot, One Kill, Xenos Anatomy, The Scholar's Observations from the series One Shot, One Kill, The Invincible Army, Analysis of the Tactical Triumphs of the Astra Militarum, Parsimus Dwayne, a biographical sketch. I'm going to go Litanies of the Motive Force. As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. You notice a short inscription on the book from a faithful servant of the dynasty in lasting memory, DVV. Change the music. The vid screen of the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. Let us go Symphony of Honor and Duty Part 2. The music in the speakers momentarily grows louder, filling the room, then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. The room responds to your actions with a quiet grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in the nearby wall. Inside, you find a databank bearing the Von Valencius coat of arms. And we get a databank, an engraved data drive found in the cache on Dargonus. The information it contains has been carefully encrypted. Neat.
I don't have time for this.
Um... Let us... equip these. $35% even with this? Ah, it goes from 25 to 35. I will wait on that. And hope that I can get that with Pascal later. Your lordship? Clementia looks away from her data slate. Alright. Who am I supposed to talk to progress this? Is it Achilles? No. Alright. By right of blood. Who am I supposed to talk to? There's nobody else here. I'm so confused. Tell Chancellor Wersarian that you are ready to receive the... Alright. Was that all that I had to do here? I thought I had the ceremony or whatever. I'm so confused. Alright, I'm gonna look this up. This is... Yeah, how to start ceremony. Okay. Okay, it's at the end of Act 2. Okay, okay. That's all I needed to know. In that case, I will attempt to grab this, because apparently I can't come in here without my crew being scattered. Why is it 30 or 25 now? Where are the gloves I was using? There we go. And it's a multi-melta. Okay. Nothing I plan on using. I should have just sent that to the... But still better to have it than not. Alright, and then we can head to the administration with Idira to get her stuff taken care of. Oh, man. Struggling to wake up today. Had a rough night last night. In that, when I wanted to go to sleep, I caught a second wind and could not go back to sleep, or could not go to sleep for a while. I ended up going to sleep at like 4:30 a.m., maybe even 5 a.m., and waking up at like 9. After being awake for like 21 hours. You know, no big deal. Terrible news from Dargonus, Lord Captain. A subsidiary Hive City, Scipione 84249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted, and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to the neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of these refugees? I will lose a complacency. I failed to be able to do this. I don't know I don't have a provision. Establish local settlements on the ruins of... What is the cause of the catastrophe? It is still unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander, stationed in Scipione 84249, died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate causes. What say my advisors? The death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the causes of the disaster can be correctly established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wastelands between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson of resilience and humility. I'm sure that the Ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud, desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy a feat of spirit. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet, it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligation and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see to the refugees, and not stop until every last one of them has been put to work. I will gain... The Rogue Trader gains 1 deflection and 3% hit chance. Refugees from the Fallen Hive toil without rest to prove that they deserve the honor of serving the Protectorate. These servants have now been tasked with maintaining the Rogue Trader's equipment in perfect condition, and they do so with painstaking care. What about Argentas? We gain an efficiency. And we get Wastelander's Prayer. Decreases enemy critical damage by 15%. Heinrichs, set up prohibitive cordons. Grants the Rogue Trader and their allies +2 momentum for each human enemy killed in battle. I think I'll take the efficiency and the Wastelander's Prayer. Argenta, see to it that the Ecclesiarchy does not ignore the laments of the dispossessed. He who dares to remain deaf to the pleas of the destitute shall be branded a traitor to the faith. Large labor settlements were set up around the ruins of Scipione 84249, and the refugees from the wastelands and neighboring hives have been rounded up there in the harsh wastelands scorched with industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water. The settlement residents have begun the arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Many of the Ecclesiarchy's priests sought to share in this burden with the poor souls, coming to their villages and preaching to them about the righteousness of hard work. Some priests have even chosen to stay in the camps permanently, where the desert cults of Aconite martyrs have begun to gather around them, glorifying the Lord Captain for granting them the right to suffer for the glory of the God Emperor. Alright, colony projects. Requires provisions 1. A new hive city will be established. Yeah, I can do that later. I'd lose a profit factor, but I'd gain a lot of other things. I don't need to do that at the moment. Also, I might want to do one of these instead. Gains nobility is perfection feature, +5 bonus to all their skills. I do like that. We gain 2 profit factor and 2 complacency. Here. Route cost? What does that mean? I don't know what route cost means. Okay, I'm going to Google that. Oh. Reduces the cost of creating new routes by 1, from 3 to 2. So, in this case, it would reduce it by 2. That's actually kind of sick. We lose a security, we gain a profit factor. We get chemicals times 1. Weapons times 1. Efficiency 1. And mechanisms 1. Yeah, I'm going the Emporium here. Surviving spine of Scipione 84249 will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an Emporium, accepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. And then here, we want Shield of the Emperor. So we need to find 2 Promethium and 3 Plasteel. That is what we need to find. Because we want that escort ship, and we want it now. I suppose we could do Filth of the Expanse as well. This gives a security, Imperial Navy, 5,000. This gives Profit Factor 3, Fellowship of the Void, 1,000. Yeah, Shield of the Emperor. But first, we head to the Administratum. And yes, actually, Heinrichs is the one we remove for J. Pascal's just going to be the flex slot, unfortunately. I thought about making Cabela the flex slot, but Pascal's the debuffer. And all of these other ones, Jay is a buffer, Heinrichs is a buffer, Adira is a buffer and debuffer. So, like, it just makes sense that that's the flex slot for these people. Even though I like having Pascal around. Ah, the sweet feel of the air conditioning turning on. I like her... Ooh, I like that. Her Skull Servant swarm or servos are named Copper Tongue. That's very fitting of someone high in fellowship.
Challenge for me.
Greetings, Protocol. Welcome to the Palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Identifying your lordship, please follow me. Continue in this direction to reach your destination. Your visit has been
It's
logged.
about time.
Do I have anybody with higher base tech use? 30, 30, 30, 35, 75. Alright, so while here, you get that.
None shall stand in my way.
Let's see. Chronicle of case number 683027020. LA 2987 B4126. Parchment looks grease-marked and old as though it has passed through many, many pairs of hands. Servant of the Imperium, Elias Tantanal filed a declaration with the Adeptus Administratum that he is the sole heir of House Tantanal and the legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergona Rex. According to his, the submission, Elias Tantanal cannot exercise his right to this inheritance as the wider family tree includes an individual who shares his full legal name. According to the petitioner, this individual is his great-grandfather. Given the loss of documents confirming the death of the second claimant to the inheritance, Elias Tantanal is petitioning for confirmation of this relative's death, and permission for the enactment of his inheritance rights. Petition received. Preliminary review period up to 15 Terran years. Forwarded for review. 23 Terran years. 4 cycles from date of submission. Request for a copy of the death certificate of Elias Tantanal sent to the archive of the Departamento Munitorium. 28 Terran years. 2 cycles from date of submission. Request rejected. 39 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. Second request sent to the archive, 44 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Request approved, 52 Terran years from date of submission. After 48 repeated petitions from Elias Tantanal, a third request was sent to the archive, 79 Terran years, 7 cycles from date of submission. Copy of death certificate of Elias Tantanal, great-grandfather to the petitioner, received 84 Terran years, 6 cycles from date of submission. Documents forwarded for formulation of decision, granting permission for the enactment of the inheritance rights of Elias Tantanal, sole heir of his house and legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergona Rex, 101 Terran years, 5 cycles from date of submission. Wait, how did the cycles go down? I'm noticing that the cycles and the years and cycles aren't matched. 44 and 4, 79 and 7, 84 and 6, 101 and 5. Death of Elias Tantanal, recorded by servants of the Adeptus Administratum. Place of death, Q16. Wills, legacies, and inheritances. Waiting Hall, Palace of the Adeptus Administratum, Dargonus, 106 Terran years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Death certificate of Elias Tantanal, sent to the archive of the Departamento Munitorium, 114 Terran years, 10 cycles from date of submission. Petition for the enactment of inheritance rights following the death of Elias Tantanel and the issuance of a copy of the death certificate received from the deceased's daughter. Yeah, okay. Auditing and reissuance of Great Tithe Payment documentation for GX 75021 and GX 76021. In the last 2,836 Terran years, entries mentioning planet GX 75021, 284,356 found, including copies. Entries mentioning GX 76021, 1 found, including copies. A full list confirmed by the Adeptus Terra of all planetary objects located within the territory of the illustrious rogue trader dynasty of Von Valancius was received 164 Terran years ago. After careful reconciliation of the data, it was found that planetary object GX 76021 has not been included in the collection of the Imperial Tithe for the last 2,836 Terran years. In the same period, the planetary object GX 75021 was included in the taxable sites but did not pay its Imperial Tithe, thereby failing to uphold its sacred obligations to the Imperium. Subsequent analysis of archive documentation revealed the absence of documentation confirming the existence of planetary object GX 75021. Unlike planetary object GX 76021, which was discovered in files dated more than 2,836 Terran years ago, based on an internal inventory investigation, the Adeptus Administratum decrees that any mention of planetary object GX 75021 must be replaced with GX 76021. The governor of planetary object GX 76021 must pay the tithe for the preceding 2,836 Terran years within a period of no more than 50 Terran years, and in the event of non-payment of the tithe within the prescribed period, planetary object GX 76021 will be seized for the needs of the Adeptus Administratum, and 95% of its population will immediately be subjected to servitude imperpetuous for the benefit of the Imperium. Precise reckoning of the tithe amount required in throne gelts is appended to this report. An advisory letter has been sent to the Departamento Munitorum, recommending that the Departamento conduct its own internal inventory investigation to determine whether planetary object GX 76021 has fulfilled its sacred obligation to provide recruits for the Astra Militarum. An ancient-looking woman in voluminous robe peers at you critically through her ocular lenses when you descend into the bowels of her bureaucratic domain. Another noble, passing the queue under the pretext of just wanted to ask. All you highborn ever want is just to ask. But what about protocol? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to follow protocol? Jake glances at you and whispers, "What? So I paid off a few clerks to let us skip the queue, Shireen? Your time is more important to me than any little formalities?" Master of Seals, very well. Don't just stand there, you're here now. Or do you think the Master of Seals has nothing better to do than receive unexpected visitors? Begin entry. Current hour, current turn, current cycle. 41st millennium. Metal manipulators immediately begin feverishly clacking, taking dictation. Don't you want to know who I am? Zenevithar von Valancius, sole heir of rogue trader Theodora von Valancius. May the throne's radiance guide her path on the other side. In a practiced move, the Master of Seals twists her magnifying ocular lens and examines the ledger in front of her. Sole person to publicly assert their claim to be precise. Abelard Wersarian, seneschal and right hand of the now departed Theodora von Valentius, and of her now extant heir. The colorless eyes of the Master of Seals suddenly fix on Cassia, a lady navigator of House Orselio, whose name and deeds are unknown to me. It says here that the von Valentius dynasty has owed your house one gold throne for 30 Terran years. Here, take this, and I, at last, will mark the matter closed. House Orselio thanks you for its service, Master of Seals. Of course I know who's standing before me. It's my job to know. Does that mean that my reputation has preceded me as well, esteemed Damar? No, I have received no reports of you. What is this place? The Master of Seals raises her eyebrows in surprise. You are in the very heart of the palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Day and night, hundreds of thousands of prefects, ordinates, scribes, servants, and servitors carry out their duties to humanity and the von Valentius dynasty here, never setting foot outside its boundaries for decades at a time, but knowledge comes through comparison. Their entire worlds belonging to the Administratum, so this palace is but a humble cog in the blessed machine of the Imperium. Tell me about yourself. I am the law, and I oversee order in this section of the Cronus Expanse, as well as on worlds of the von Valentius Protectorate. In accordance with ancient covenants made with your ancestors, I hold the power to grant petitioners what they seek and to punish criminals for failing to carry out the Imperium's will. Jay continues in a whisper. She's ancient enough herself. Look at her. She's a bona fide living mummy. Tell me about the work of the Adeptus Administratum. The Master of Seals tuts in displeasure. One would think that the Protectorate's heir has no care for his tongue, if he is so willing to wag it to the point of blistering. However, despised servant of the Emperor that I am, do not possess the gift of unallocated time. Thus, let us proceed to the matter of your application. My companion wishes to obtain a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. The Master of Seals peers over her ocular lenses at Jai in disbelief, then looks at you. I take it you are her sponsor. In that case, you must submit a written application in conformity with template number 404.01, as well as written permission for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Without it, I cannot issue Mistress Haydari the form for collecting the seals required to obtain Mercatum Tabula Officiale, the certificate of an official trade representative. At these words, the saccharine smile drops from Jai's face. Seals? What seals? We will discuss that when Zenavathar von Valentius has prepared the primary documentation. Abelard lets out a stoic sigh and rolls his eyes. You get the feeling that this is not his first personal interaction with the administrative bureaucracy, nor is it his second. Cabela surveys the room and slowly removes her hand from the handle of her weapon. There's only one thing that can kill you here, Daemon Zenavathar, and that is old age. There's no way of getting around these formalities. Fear the wrath of the Immortal One, your lordship? What would become of your protectorate, or even the Imperium itself, if every person did what you are proposing? No. Lex Imperialis, Volume 249, Paragraph 18.2, Amendment of the 12th year of the previous millennium clearly states, actions that circumvent the sacred law of the Imperium in pursuit of personal gain are a manifestation of human weakness, which is subject to eradication. Alright, I shall complete the application form. The perfectly sharpened quill scratches pleasantly on the parchment, but for the first few minutes, obfuscatory phrasing, footnotes, amendments, you are forced to write out the same details over and over about you, the Protectorate, Theodora von Valentius, Jai, and then also every living person who bears your family name. If you do not know all the required information, you must complete supplementary forms. An hour passes. The Master of Seals nods in approval and stows the scroll into a tube labeled with your name. Next is the consent form for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Give my written consent on the presented form. Another hour passes. The scroll is whipped away into another tube by the Master of Seals. Protocol executed. Application received. Process approved. The servo skull scribe taps out each word after its mistress's pronouncement. Come on, esteemed Damar. What's that you were saying about seals? The woman hurriedly holds out a printed scroll to Jai. Here is your document, Mistress Hidari. Unfortunately, it does not yet have legal force. I can certify it as a sacred Mercatum Tabula Officiale once it has received 2 seals of approval. They are easy to obtain. In the Imperium Court Administratum, servitors have been handling such tasks for over 50 years. There is one such servitor here on Dargonus, in the Rogue Trader's Palace. The second is duty-bound to keep the seal in the Telecos Epsilon system. Why can the seals not be affixed here in the Administratum Palace? According to Amendment 3C8, implemented by Prefectus Estenia II of Dargonus, one of the seals must be kept in the palace of the ruler of Von Valencia's Protectorate, remaining a symbol of the unbreakable link between the Sacred Warrant and the Adeptus Administratum. The second seal, the ocular lenses perched on her nose, click as she rifles through moldering scrolls with her wrinkled fingers. Is held in the Telecos Epsilon system in accordance with Decree OL 008ZN. Unfortunately, after a fire 200 years ago, all that remains of the original decree is an addendum certified by an unknown adept with the initials AA. No instructions repealing this decree were ever received from Holy Terra, therefore the seal remains where it ought to be. Why am I obliged to handle such a task myself? Decree 424, Clause 79. Amendment of 8 of the law on certifying a Mercatum Tabula Officiale with sponsorship of a bearer of the Warrant of Trade. The sponsoring Rogue Trader must be present at the placing and certifying of each seal. If this requirement is not met, the document will be deemed invalid. Find Administratum servitors and have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. Please do return once you have prepared the documents.
Follow my lead.
Bureaucracy. Gross.
Trap or
Oh.
treasure?
What did we find? Elam, I know it hasn't been even a full cycle since I was appointed, but please cover for me with the Master of Seals for the Emperor's sake. I completely forgot about one extremely important seal. I'm going to run upstairs to do it. I don't think it will take long. I'll be back within a couple hours.
Victory awaits.
Alright. Back to the bridge. Alright. Jai, we remove this from you, and we give it to Pascal. Yes, it is just better. And then Jai, you can wear the lesser ones, because I won't have you around too often. What does that put Pascal's tech use at? 102.
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored without our little talk, Shireen?
I will help you acquire a merchant certificate.
Oh, Shireen! Thank you for such generosity. I will humbly wait until you steer your vessel towards Dargonus. De Mercatum Tabula Officiale. It sounds almost as majestic as the warrant of trade.
Alright. She has nothing more to say on the matter. Pascal, do you have anything new to say? Oh, that was Abel. Where's...
The only Cyan knows.
Does Cabela have anything to say?
Dumb it. Mate.
I think I had something to do with my Vox Master. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. My personal log states that the ship's Vox system is malfunctioning. Can you explain? Lord Captain, the Vox Master is caught off guard by your question. It takes her a moment to find her words. The Vox system is functioning as expected, and no communication problems have been reported by any of the crew. Please allow me to check the system's calibration settings in your presence to alleviate any concerns you may have about its performance. Voxmaster's thin fingers dart between hundreds of wires and cables on the control panel. Flipping switches, turning dials, she issues commands and methodically clicks the lines of the communication with the crew on every deck. At last, accompanied by the sound of static, the crackling of the Vox, and the flickering of signaling lights, the dance of her hands concludes. All finished, Lord Captain. No issues detected. The system is working as expected. Thank you for your service, Mistress Tolman. Lord Captain. Alright, so what do I need for Dargonus's Shield of the Emperor again? 3 plasteel, 2 promethium. This has plasteel. This has provisions. I don't know how many provisions. Let us chart a course to Furibundus. And make it safe. Because I don't feel like doing extra combats at the moment. It does appear it is time for ads once again. The ads will play for 3 minutes. I won't do anything during the meantime so nobody misses out on any content, and it disables pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I will catch you in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. We can continue. Let us visit the Furibundus. So we go to Footfall. We have a few more things to do here. Follow up from the other day. We grab our esteemed Magos. We head over to Opticon 22 here. So the data slate, I've collected planetary data that may interest you. The collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance Fleet thanks you for your contribution and guarantees the provision of a reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. Reporting, the Kappa Thread supply line is ready to continue cooperation. Then we go to the Shadow quarters. Where it should no longer be under quarantine.
I won't tolerate weakness.
At least I don't think it should be. Is it still under quarantine? I wish to enter the quarantine zone. It's still under quarantine? Huh, alright. I guess I didn't need to come up here, or come over here yet. And that is fine.
A new challenge for me?
So what is my profit factor now? $28? $28. This will bring it to 30. Which will be useful and relevant. Hand the Dargonus databank to the Tech Priest access the data from Dargonus. With reverent trepidation, the tech priest accepts the device from your hands and places it inside one of the drives, all the while honoring the machine with modulating binaric prayer. The turbines within the cogitators stir into motion, and the vid screen lights up. OS stab true, stat check init. Nam OS un. Epitaph status initiated. The tech priest extracts the data slate from the cogitator and gives it to you. The machine spirit has revealed the contents of the encrypted data, and I hereby pass it to you. This is where I reach the limit of my authorization, but you now have the option to review the decrypted data personally. Theodore von Valencius's personal notes. Data deleted, entry damaged. Rogue traitor, like a lackey, it is humiliating and dispiriting to be put up with the part of an errand servant to an imperious madman invested with even greater power than that of any rogue traitor. Alas, when one side of the scales holds my pride and the other the fate of the von Valencius protectorate and my entire bloodline, choice becomes a futile illusion. It would be far too naive of me not to prepare for the worst. Epitaph will decide the future of the Expanse as a whole, but I have some time at my disposal until then. Heirs with the von Valencius blood in them will soon be located and brought to me. I cannot afford to delay the choice of successor any longer. Interesting. That's prequel stuff, essentially. Have we been here? Uncharted system. And it looks safe. So we shall go there. Lord Captain, we are receiving an urgent transmission from Footfall, connecting you. Rogue Trader, my name is Solomorn Anther. You and I met on Rikid Minoris. I have something to discuss with you. I will be waiting at the Footfall docks. I was just there, you dick! Apologies for disturbing you, Lord Captain. I just thought you should know. The Lady Navigator has successfully guided the ship out of the warp's hold and left the Sanctum Navis, but instead of going to her chambers as usual, be headed for yours. Perhaps you will want to prepare for this meeting. Let's go. Greetings, Lord Captain. I meant to inform you that our journey through the warp went well. My navigator's gaze perceived the light of the Astronomicon beyond the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Souls, albeit with some difficulty. The crew and master helmsman conducted themselves adequately. My instructions during the jump helped them find their focus and guide the ship without any serious incidents. Never doubted your abilities as a navigator, Lady Cassia. My crew is fortunate to have you. Pleases me to hear this, Lord Captain. I'm equally satisfied with your manner of command. Fidgeting awkwardly, Cassia glances around the study. I see you have many compelling works of art here, but precious few paintings. I, for one, do enjoy passing what little spare time I have with a brush in hand. Why, just recently I created a beautiful voidscape inspired by our travels together. I cannot show it to you quite yet, as it is still only exists in my mind's eye. But the imagery, oh, if only you could see it. My quarters do indeed sorely lack exquisite finery. Might I hope that your painting will soon adorn these walls? You truly wish that it would? But I must admit, I am nothing more than an amateur. You will have to forgive me, Lord Captain, but I do not think that is such a good idea. These chambers are in need of masterpieces, while I paint merely for my own pleasure. One other thing I meant to tell you is that I am quite well read, and that my knowledge is not limited to the navigator's craft. I am versed in many other scholarly fields, such as the centenary history of the Calixis sector, or, Cassia shrugs awkwardly, navigators are taught to familiarize themselves with the warp from childhood. Should you require my help, that is to say my counsel, my knowledge is extensive, so please do not hesitate to ask. She fiddles with a lock of her hair, while still proudly holding her chin high and avoiding your gaze at the same time. I'm going to go with 1. You do not need to prove your worth to me, Cassia. With each passing day, I learn about new sides of you, and you amaze me every time. You're too kind, Lord Captain. I apologize. I must be distracting you from important matters. With this, please permit me to leave your presence, Lord Captain. To the Cronus Expanse map. We visit. We head down here. And we will need to finish charting this later. $15 bonus to commerce. Ooh. Who is my commerce person? You are my commerce person. Granted, you don't have a lot of it. But of my main crew, you are the highest. And the only person with higher is Jay. So, you will get this. Ah, but this is so good. That's fine. I don't need this. Or I don't need this. Or whatever it was, this one. There's 2 planets that are unexplored? Oh. Okay. That's fine. I shall head back to Footfall to talk with the arbitrator. What is going on here? What fresh hells? My bath. Hello? My poor Bath. Sorbek, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue traitor in his own chambers? Right under the noses of your enforcers? A fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. Master-at-Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away. And report. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We have begun our search for the culprit and have set up an investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. I know, right, Adira? Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. Could this have been an assassination attempt? Then they would have killed or filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill somebody than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be. I beg to differ. Were something of this sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop. What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of guilt. Allow me to head the officer's deck at once so that I may lead the investigation personally. That is precisely what Lady Theodora would have done. Entrust the matter to her faithful servants. However, I would still advise you to observe the Master-at-Arms' work, Lord Captain. It may prove enlightening. Should the Lord Captain wish to monitor the investigation, my people and I would consider it an honor. I'm curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I will preside over the investigation. I'm torn between 1 and 2. I don't know how much agency I'll have in 2. I'm gonna go 2, though, just to see how much agency I end up with. So I'll preside over the investigation. Of course, Lord Captain, I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck. Sarabek barks at the officers gathered before you. His lordship, the rogue traitor, has seen fit to honor us with his presence in order to monitor the course of the investigation. You are expected to perform your duties immaculately and report your every step to me. Should any of your actions bring shame to the enforcers, you will answer to me personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevra is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there's Captain Hratko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Their drilling is good. Their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. What are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. An unfortunate necessity. Let's return to other matters. Indeed, Lord Captain. Most unfortunate. Do you have any working theories? The mutants are plotting. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. There was an attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they are trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hratko is convinced that it was the work of Voigtvir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us and of what. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we've ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. Yes, your lordship, I'm almost done with my report. As soon as it is ready, I'll deliver it to you. Then let us begin. While we wait for Klein to report back, please enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared for you, Lord Captain. A pair of enforcers with battered faces is escorting Infernus Master Heinrich Montag. His lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there is a chewed-up Eho stick between his teeth. One of the enforcers drones nasally. We apprehended him while he was trying to break through to the detained rabble. Got into a scuffle. We barely managed to restrain the troublemaker. He demanded an audience with you, Mistress Sarabek. The Master-at-Arms nods, and the enforcers release their prisoner. Heinrich adjusts his clothes and approaches confidently. What do your enforcers think they're doing, Jocasta? Why are you assaulting my people, denying them water like they're criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here? They're all just ordinary workers? They've done nothing wrong? No, Heinrich. What do you think you're doing? Attacking my people, chastising me in front of the Lord Captain. Get out before I have you charged. Heinrich looks up at me. Your lordship, I ask you to please protect your servants from this abuse. Explain yourselves. The enforcers are reveling in their impunity. treating the crew like cattle, especially my clan. Many in their custody are dying of thirst or injuries. My sister and niece are there too. I don't expect them to be exempted from the investigation, but I'm begging you to put an end to these assaults and let my people have some food and water. This is what the procedure demands. Intimidation looses tongues, torment erodes the seditionaries' will. The rabble are to know only awe and terror. The Void take your procedures. These are not seditionaries. They serve the dynasty, just like you and I. Awareness. Did any of them confess to anything useful? Nothing important, or indeed worthy of your attention. You detect a slight hesitation before the reply. There's something you're not being told. I'm interested in any and all statements, even the most outlandish ones. Outlandish ones? One of the Inferni was found to be missing his pass to the room housing the work log cogitator. Losing such a pass is a serious offense, but the scoundrel claims an enforcer took it from him. He could not specify the name and rank of the enforcer, but he did give a description. A man, tall, blonde hair. Obviously he's lying. He either lost it or sold it for a bottle of rotgut. Cease these beatings immediately. Those people are to be provided rations and water, because I'm iconoclast. I would not dare disobey your lordship's order, even one I disagree with. Thank you. We won't forget your mercy. Heinrich gestures at a disheveled young woman and a short-haired girl in her teens. Both are dressed in utility coveralls and smeared with soot. Lord Captain, let me introduce my sister Nemi and my niece Mia. Ladies, you should thank the Lord Captain for helping you. Hello, Your Majesty. Thank you for the food and water, and for not letting them chop our hands off. That would have left us a little short-handed. He laughs awkwardly. Mia snorts and elbows Nemi in the ribs. It's your lordship, and don't make jokes when you're so terrible at them. Do you want the Lord Captain to change his mind and send you back? Argenta smiles warmly. Feisty one, isn't she? She has the spirit of a true sister of battle. When I look at her family, I'm glad she has someone to take care of her, and that the Emperor did not call her to serve him with weapons and fire as we do. Then Avatar, are your serfs literate? I could lend them a highly informative pamphlet on etiquette. Then again, they would probably just burn it for the warmth. You're one strict lady, Mia? I'm not strict. Nemi's just sloppy. If it weren't for me, she would have cut her own arm off with a torch or floated out of a breach long ago. Nemi tries unsuccessfully to slap her upside the head. You could at least behave in front of the Lord Captain. It's not like I ever or never taught you to respect your elders. You're the one mixing things up all the time? Tell her, Heinrich. Heinrich ruffles Mia's hair. Don't be mean to Nemi. He's just having a hard time as it is. Sure, she's always tongue-tied and her jokes are stupid, but her heart's in the right place. You have a fine family? How did they end up in the hands of the enforcers? My status as senior officer exempted me from being arrested, but that same privilege did not extend to them. They were taken, along with the rest of the clan. They were acting horribly. They were hitting people in the head and ribs. They didn't care if someone fought back or not. Nemesis would never allow that. Shush, if they hear his name, they'll get angry again. Nemesis, you say? I wonder who that is. Ah, this is DLC 1 stuff. No one, just a hero from a tale my grandfather used to tell when I was little. That's enough, Nemi? Huh. Am I the only one to notice that Nemi's name is the first part of Nemesis? Is there a connection there? Who knows? I'm curious now. You're not a child anymore, so stop bothering people with those silly rhymes. Forgive my sister, Lord Captain. That was inappropriate. Ah, no, it's not quite the same. It's N-E-M-E, whereas her name is N-E-M-I. Okay. Nemesis, your lordship, is a folk vigilante from the Voidsman's legends. Every few years, some hothead declares himself Nemesis. They always meet a sticky end, as do those foolish enough to believe in Nemesis' ravings. You have a fine family. Thank you, Lord Captain. They're all I lived for. And thanks to you, the people most important to me are now safe. Captain Klein snaps to attention. Identifying the victim has proven impossible. His face has been smashed in and his body is badly maimed. There are too many wounds to determine the exact cause of death, but presumably he died after the killer slit his throat. That's how they drained his blood. No external signs of mutation were found. In other words, we have nothing. Klein, this isn't a report. It's a declaration of our incompetence before the Lord Captain. You will keep digging around inside that corpse until you've produced some results. Awareness. Study the enforcer's faces. Ginevra sneaks a few awkward glances at Klein. It is hard to say if she's embarrassed for her fellow officer or if she pities him. Rotko looks at Klein with a sympathetic smile. No external signs of mutation, you say? What about internal signs? Performing an autopsy was inadvisable due to the danger of contaminating the area with genetic aberration. You see a flash of genuine horror in Klein's eyes before his gaze turns glassy. You've seen that look before in the eyes of other veterans. The expression of someone reliving painful memories that have left behind deep scars. They cannot hope to overcome such trauma on their own. They would need help, or a partner, or perhaps some strong emotional stimulus. I heard that Medicaid officers often perform autopsies in pairs. One cuts up the body, the other records the findings. Let's see, I'm gonna go coercion here, hope for the best. We turn away from Klein. It would seem that I had exaggerated opinion of this veteran's courage. He should get some rest, let Rotko take over his duties. Indeed, Klein. Why don't you go take a break? Maybe it's time you considered asking for a transfer to a less demanding post. Your best years are behind you. You should make way for the younger generation. Klein's face turns a deep red. Shut your damn mouth, Rotko. The things I've seen, the filth I've crushed. You want me to gut another one? You want to see its mutant blood on my hands? I'll show you blood. Well played, Lord Captain. It's been some time since I last saw this kind of fire in the old man's eyes. Enforcer Klein, he's up to his elbows in blood, his eyes flaring defiantly. I've examined the filth inside and out. Its innards are a genetic nightmare. It's a bag of corruption wrapped in human skin, extra organs, scales, atrophied ingrown limbs, but that's not what's important. The body was disfigured posthumously. They killed the mutant with surgical precision before opening his throat and draining his blood. It wasn't until after the actual murder that they crushed his head and tried to cover up his wounds. The wounds were so brutal, I almost missed his work. Tattoo. The victim was a pipe warden, and I found this in his throat. He presents a bloodstained raven feather. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Querine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Querine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Remember Saint Querine? Could this be a sign? Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. For what purpose was the corpse mutilated? Someone wanted to hide the cause of death? What I fail to understand is why they would then leave the body out in the open instead of disposing it. It is imperative that we find whoever mutilated this body. I concur. Would you like to give us specific instructions, Lord Captain? One cannot disfigure a body like that and stay clean. Look for any blood-stained garments, rags, or the like. If the perpetrator was in a hurry to cover their tracks, they may not have had time to dispose of the soiled clothing. Thank you, your lordship, for your wise counsel. What tattoo? What do pipe wardens have to do with anything? The pipe wardens are a worker clan that services the ship's sewer systems. The tattoo indicates the worker's status and personal number. This one was SP-24601, Senior Pipe Warden. Fine, I wish to gift you a glass of Emisic for your good work. You look like you need it. Fine accepts the glass and downs it instantly. Evidently, he is in no state to savor the bouquet and taste of the fine drink you offered him. What is the next step? We should run the victim's identification number through the master work log cogitator. If its machine spirit favors us, we will be able to narrow down the number of suspects. Ginevri, this is your arena. Ginevri approaches you, followed by a dignified woman in crimson robes. Allow me to introduce the esteemed tech priest, Androvetti Phi. She believes she has the right to obstruct the investigation and refuse to grant the enforcers access to the master cogitator. The tech priest lets out an indignant binaric trill. I request that the laywoman's willful activities be halted. She intends to torment the machine spirit of the master work log cogitator, Iota 3B. The venerable spirit is ill and in no disposition to endure such abuse. What's the problem with the machine spirit? The spirit is old and quick to anger. It therefore calls for a sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion by a brutish laywoman. Since the start of this watch, the spirit has been unwell, so we have been trying to soothe its woes by applying sacred unguents and sensing the machine's boards. The dogma of data recuperation quarantine prohibits any disturbances to blessed machines found to be in such state. What exactly does this data recuperative dogma prescribe? Let no profane hand touch the sacred machine stricken. Let the mechanism be shielded from all worldly troubles by a veil of righteous litany, and let its shrine be thricely honored till the melody is no more. Judging by Ginevri's expression, she would rather have her profane hands touch Andromeda Phi's neck. Pascal, how profane would you say your hands are? I am Magos, Explorator, and this vessel's Engineer Prime. The profanity of this unit's hands, as well as the rest of its limbs, organs, and augmetics, is null. If the honored Magos supervises the laywoman's tactful interaction with the spirit, I will sanction this disturbance. Omnissiah preserve us. The Great Spirit was infected by a layperson. That is the culprit you should be searching for, not some pipe warden. Sacrilege. Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege, resulting in Category Epsilon Quadro, transgressive scenario. Requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expeditive disposal. We have discovered the cogitator's malfunctions began after an unauthorized attempt to access it was made. Someone deliberately angered the machine spirit in order to bury the work logs. Thankfully, the esteemed tech priest was able to appease the spirit and extract the information we needed. The victim's name was Orto. On the day he died, he was servicing valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bath chamber. He also had a partner, who has yet to appear for duty since the incident occurred. We have a suspect. Did the murderer get to the cogitator too? Impossible. Since the start of the watch, this area has been used as the center of operations. No rabble could have slipped by unnoticed. Moreover, a common pipe warden wouldn't know how to commune with a machine spirit. The murderer had help. One of the Inferni said that he had his pass to the maintenance room taken away by an enforcer. Our villain? But how did they get past Ginevri's guards unnoticed? Who is the partner? Senior Pipe Warden, Wedden, number SP26855, an 8th generation Pipe Warden. No registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record, an exemplary servant of the Imperium. Master at Arms, how do you propose we find our new suspect? Before Sorbek can respond, Rotko cuts in. Your lordship, there was a man named Gwedden among the rabble, waiting to be interrogated. He immediately struck me as suspicious. Please allow me to question the man in your presence. Sorbek narrows her eyes, but all she says is bring him in now. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Rotko grabs the worker by the lapels. Wedden's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum? Wedden yells, baring what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in the wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. His words, he's trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and gray. What does he hope to accomplish with this? He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Whitefear's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Assess the Enforcer's reaction to the confession. Rotko looks proud and self-important. Ginevri is biting her nail, as if hesitant to say anything. Sorbek is observing the worker in silence, apparently sunk deep in thought. Meanwhile, Klein merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Rotko, no one here seems to believe that you are looking at the real culprit. I'll go persuasion here. Expertly done, Ginevri. We have much to learn from Rotko. Wouldn't you agree, Jocasta? Ginevri, do you concur with the Lord Captain? Have you anything to say about this expert display? There's one thing that's bothering me. Gwedden, what are those marks all over you? Those are cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to demons. This one's called the Hame of Terror. It represents the 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning. There's no such symbol. It's supposed to be a circle with 8 arrows, and there's no way it's called the Hame of Terror. This is some kind of travesty, your lordship? The man is talking nonsense. Argenta sighs, shaking her head sorrowfully. God Emperor, forgive this wayward soul, his feeble-mindedness. It seems that Klein was too quick to blame the mutants. We are dealing with, Ginevri, where did you get your knowledge of... I'll go the coercion here. We failed. My mistake, your lordship. Mutations are common among heretics. I guess this really is about cult. Ginevri, where did you find your knowledge of heretical signs? I often have to deal with insidious rabble. The idleness of avarice, of the scum of the lower deck, breeds heresy, especially during warp travel. And people start carving symbols on themselves and praying to all sorts of things. The circle with 8 arrows is more common than any other symbol, but I've never seen this variation before. Does the Master at Arms not find it strange that the suspect is so eager to paint himself as a heretic, and in such a preposterous fashion, no less? I agree, Lord Captain. I want the truth. Who are you? And who told you to give us this pathetic confession? The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Gwedin, and I'm not a heretic. Yart's my name. I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw them out the airlock if I didn't confess. He made me draw these unholy marks on myself. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mistress Sarbeck, but this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name? Give me her name? Ginevri? Her name was Ginevri. What? I swear that I have not... Ginevri. The steely edge in Sarbeck's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwedin myself, Lord Captain. Would you have us execute this demon worshipper? Iconoclast, spare the man, wash off those heretical symbols, and let him rejoin his family. He's not actually a demon worshipper. It will be done. There is no cause for alarm, Lord Captain. This conspirator may have been fake, but now it's only a matter of time before we find the real culprit. We have the pipe warden's names and identification numbers, and we know which clan they are from. We will keep pressing the riffraff until either the culprit confesses or someone turns him in. I will handle this. Please enjoy your meal in the interim, Lord Captain. The scoundrel will appear before us soon enough. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden, Gwedin, has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Gwedin himself? You can start by reporting on the results of the additional investigative efforts. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Your insightful suggestion helped the enforcers to locate the evidence. In fact, we found a bloody synth coat in one of the vents, a standard issue included in every enforcer outfit on the ship. This concludes my report. Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator, so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself at first, before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sarbeck's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. The rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats, except Hrotko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. They do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold. The serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts are ooze grimy hues, like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile. who had access to the work log cogitator. The tech priests did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the Enforcer's investigation. Ginevri, were you there the entire time? Yes, ma'am. Since the start of the watch, I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand, but I was only gone a few minutes. Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty. One of the Inferni complained that an enforcer had taken away his pass to the room, and it was a man. Then it wasn't her, just one of her accomplices. Will you give us a name, Ginevri? Shut your mouth, Fratko. Nothing has been proven yet. Suspect Yart claims that you coerced him into lying about himself, Ginevri. What do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation like so many others. Fratko requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear that there is no truth to those accusations against me. I've never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. The transcript says you conducted Yart's interrogation alone? Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman? Um... Let's see. Ratko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sorbek draws her auto pistol and aims at Ratko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I'll give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotaged the investigation. Why? Is it not obvious? To expose the conspiracy in myself and to prove your incompetence to his lordship. Take the place I actually deserve. For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they gave the position to you, a self-serving Sorbek nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent? When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Gwydon. I had found him in time. Your position would have already been mine, Jocasta. Simply listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally. Ratko, were you really hoping you could deceive the Master-at-Arms in me? Your dismissive tone makes Ratko flinch with indignation. I had every chance, but you were shrewder than I expected. My little trick with the body did work. You still don't know who was behind it all, but I've already figured it out. I hid Gwydon from you by damaging the cogitator and delivering you a fake, an idiot willing to incriminate himself out of fear, I even prepared a contingency plan in case he cracks by making sure he would blame someone else. Yes, there were a couple of slip-ups, but you must admit, it was a solid attempt overall. Why were you trying to frame Ginevri? Backup plan? You always need someone to blame if you make a mistake. I could have framed Klein, but that young upstart was already galloping through the ranks too fast and was clearly aiming for my station. Besides, she and her thick-witted subordinates were always right where I wanted them to be. You do not seem to fear punishment? With all due respect, your lordship, I'm an enforcer. I've looked death in the eye, and I will accept your judgment with dignity. Iconoclast, I will give you a chance, Rotko. You are to be demoted and become an initiate at the shrine, where you will spend the rest of your days in penance and servitude. Penance? He's a traitor. Just allow me to... Oh, damn it. I dare not protest your decision. For the first time, you see the look of surprise on Rotko's face. You are pardoning me? I must confess, I expected a severe punishment. Thank you. I will remember this act of leniency. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the Pipe Warden. The Pipe Warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Gwedden, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess to everything. Alright. It is time for ads. They play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-rolls and mid-rolls. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done, and we continue on. You are the real Pipe Warden Gwedin, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. A Pipe Warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP26855. My work partner was the late Ordo, number SP24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks, sectors A3, K8, and R2. That includes Valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded. He said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Orto, my partner. And I was scared, so I obeyed. The first spinner? Are you talking about the vizier of the bloodspun web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. If the vizier ordered it, there must have been a reason. The Undying One must have revealed something to him that we are ignorant of. With an acerbic smile, Heinrich blows a stream of smoke in Sorbek's direction. What a shocking turn of events, Jocasta. The Inferni are innocent. Who could have seen that coming? Could it be that you were wrong to brutalize and humiliate my people? Do not expect an apology from me. I was doing my duty. You can play the victim all you want, but I haven't forgotten the circumstances under which your blasted clan came to be on this ship. Consider every strike upon your backs a reminder of that event. What is the meaning of the Master-at-Arms' words about your clan, Heinrich? The story of days long past, one that Mistress Sorbek greatly enjoys reminiscing about, as if she was there herself. My ancestors committed a trespass against your ancestor, and we were made Inferni as punishment. I'll be sure to tell you this tale some other time. I must concede as much, Lord Captain. The story can wait. We should first find out why the bloodspun web thought to bathe you in repugnant blood. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Orto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, a servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry, and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump his blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Whom do you mean by the servant of death? A holy slayer in black and crimson and bone, feared by all. They are quiet and merciless as death itself. They even come from shadows to kill, because the Emperor commands them to so. You've already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. Their grim procession is not one the upper decks will soon forget. Summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you wish, as you will, Lord Captain. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. What happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it, but here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell rust in metal, though not so much in people's thoughts. You were deceived into becoming an accomplice. I will not punish you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your lordship, I'll serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Damins and Avatar willed to see me. And so I've come. I nod respectfully. I have summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices. Let their deeds be weighed. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood in his bath. This affront, the old man's murmur drowns out Sorbak's relentless voice. Damons and Avatar knows the truth. So it was done. So I did, Will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. For my hands, to divine, unsullied martyrs, offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's wrist whisper. He bid me bathe the Domin in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous. For this will shield the Daemon and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed. You claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed so. I speak, move, and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living... Is that supposed to be gives and takes? Nor in my living existence. Could your vision have been false? The Vizier lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot, washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals err. They who read the signs, they who interpret. The man you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go. Yes, we need no more knowledge than that. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive. Master-at-Arms, are you convinced that we found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose purity and holiness I may never understand. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual was a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. The cult of the Bloodspun Web will face no persecution for their deed. The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing. Yes, yes, I will tell him. He turns his sewn-shut eyes to you once more. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful. Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Sorbek, the investigation must continue. But no spinner or brave, warrior from the Domin Circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human. Whis? Anxious silence falls the moment Zarbek says this one word. She narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well, let Whis find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us could forget about that. Veni Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey. How can the choir master of the astropaths be of use to us? The esteemed Zachary Weiss can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual is as rare as it is dangerous. Only someone as versed as Master Weiss can accomplish such a feat. Has Weiss done something like this before, or like that before? Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that not everyone here is eager to have this matter, or leave this matter to Master Weiss. I would say at least one, I would say the one least eager will be Master Weiss himself. Last time, his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Not to put too fine a point on it, Weiss nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him, and we reaped the results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? That is all. I already have a Psyker in my retinue. Adira can perform the ritual. Oh, I have such a bad feeling about this. Listens intently, not to the words of anyone present, but rather to someone invisible and inaudible. I hear you. Yes, the witch is weak. Death whispers of many names that it will claim if she is allowed. Names whose time to be erased is not now. Alright. 5 it is. That is all, Master-at-Arms. Your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choirmaster Weiss. Ooh, level up. What do we get this level? More willpower. And I don't even remember what I'm taking at this point. Feels like it's been an age since I had a level up. This is level, what, 19? 21. Let's see. Against all odds. Begins combat with additional stacks of tactical advantage equal to the number of enemies. Nerves of Steel. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Nerves of Steel. I like momentum. Here, I'll get further toughness? Yes. Because I do believe he is currently wearing this. And if that ever gets replaced, I will want that extra toughness there. And then we got Beacon of Might. Alright, let's see. Yeah, he usually has a temporary wound. So that'll be nice. Over here, I am grabbing Alright, all out's kinda nice. Because I have been using Reckless Rush. Ooh, actually, before I take that... Ah, this is talents, this is common talents. Okay. Because I was thinking to myself, I want to get... Am I not able to take it? One moment. Is it here? Oh, it would be, this one. Okay. Instead of taking all out here, I want to take Heavy Gunner. That way, I can use... Well, does that let me use... Let's see. I have 5 action points. It would be... 1 for rapid fire. 2 for burst. 1 for... run and gun. And then 1 more for a second burst. Okay. Yes, yes. And... before I choose that... rapid fire is here. Next ranged burst. Okay. So it isn't until the end of the turn. It's just the next ranged. That's still a lot of extra, though. So we'll take Heavy Gunner here, and I'll take All Out down here. Though I don't know when I'm ever going to have the action points to spend Reckless Rush. Maybe I'll find something else and put All Out further down the line. And here we go more ballistic skill. here. We want... Let's see. Okay, there's that. Ooh, that's actually spicy for me. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power, veil degradation is reduced by 1. Oh, I really kind of like that. The course untraveled is pretty good too. Alright, so it was... Course untraveled, stable routes, or blood augury. And I'm tempted to go stable routes because I don't want veil degradation. And it can help in battles that start high veil degradation. It'll allow me to actually do stuff. Yeah, I'm taking that. And then we take more willpower. Here, more weapon skill. And... let's see... all-encompassing agony. Um... This could be okay. Give a little bit of sustain. I don't know if it's absolutely needed. I could go for the damage instead first. I'll go Invigorating Screams. I'd rather live than, maybe kill an enemy just slightly faster. And then Pascal. we get... Oh, okay, this is kind of neat. Makes partial cover count as full cover for us. If we're in the Servo Skull Swarm radius. I'm okay with that. Okay. And unfortunately, that's about all the time I have for this game today. Much as I want to keep playing it. I have some stuff I need to do today. And on top of that, I'm going to want to take a nap before the evening stream I do with Alan M on Tuesdays, where we play Baldur's Gate 3 together. So, thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. And I am going to see if anybody is live that I can raid. I keep wanting to say host. Raids still feel new to me since I took a couple years off from streaming. If the following page wants to pop up here for me, please. Twitch, can you work with me? Maybe? Alright, I guess I'm not going to do that. Thank you all for stopping by. And I hope to see you either tonight for the Baldur's Gate 3 or tomorrow for more Rogue Trader. Take care.